Battle Station. One. Battle Station. We have 19 allies. We're going up against 18 enemies, and we are off. JR kills Epic, earns first place. Scholzamont takes over that. Moonlight is in second. JR is now in third. Too many people kill Epics. And looks like we're done. We've won. Scholzamont is in first place. 6 kill, 4 assist. JR926 is in second place. 6 kill, 2 assist. Moonlight Baby is in third. 2 kill, 3 assist. We've got gold and no captain. So the gold goes to Meow Meow. And we move on to a moderate battle on the way to the boss. And I need to kill melee. Do we have melee in here? We do. Okay. Now, do I have something that will easily target them? I do. So, let's see if I can rack up a couple of kills. And, you know, monks are what I'm putting down. Actually, no. No, that's right. Monks are done. They're level 30. I am now going to be putting down, when I've got no quest to accomplish, fairies. Get a third one. Alrighty, half an hour. No, wait a minute. Need to visit the shop. It's past 8 a.m. And like I said, fairies are getting purchased. I am above 20k. I'm above 25. I'm still above 30. And that is that. Half an hour to see how that's going to turn out. And now to visit the viewer side where archers get purchased. I am above 20k. Sorry, 50k. I'm above 55. I'm above 60. One set of scrolls, not bad. I need to check in on something. And good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Thursday, post-hump day. I hope you have good walking shoes, so you can gently walk down the hump, carefully approach the weekend. I hope you are still energized for the rest of it. I hope you've had a good week, and I hope you've started making plans for the weekend. Nothing much to say about mine. Like literally. It's been a decent week. Today, I will be working on the World Which Is. Returning to that after a couple of weeks without working on that. a mix of things. I mean, it was the holidays. And I also, um, with my Thursday afternoon officially being fully booked with the read and comment, I had to make a decision. Because before read and comments became a serious thing. Like, again, for those who don't know that, when I started this up, I didn't think anybody would take me up on it. Like, I threw it out there as this, I figure somebody once in a while would want to laugh and have me do this. I did not think that there would be basically a lineup of people wanting me to do that, to do read and comments. And Thursday afternoons were my free day, were the day where I did whatever I want. And if I had errands to run, that's when they would happen. If I needed to shift things around, because I needed to do something on another day that would intervene with what was there, that's when it would be done. I can't do that anymore because it's basically booked. So I had to figure things out, and I decided that The World Witches was going to be the story that gets sacrificed, in large part because it has no readership, or barely any. And if it has a readership, nobody's telling me about it, so I've got no way to know. Therefore, it's got no readership. And should for some reason two chapters, I need to shift two things around, then Monster and Batman will be the other one to suffer. But of these two, Monster and Batman is a little dearer to my heart. Like, this one has no readership because it's not being published. It's it's on my Patreon, as everything I write does. But it's nowhere else. And I've learned not to depend on my Patreon to really know what's interesting, because most of the people up there are, with a few exceptions, well, I did say most, support me for the sake of supporting me and little else. Hey, Colo, welcome to the stream. And yeah, like, the Monster and Batman is a little more dear to me. I'm writing it for myself. The World Which is on Royal Road and has not gained any traction. Like, if I wasn't the stubborn tiger that I am, I'd abandon the story. Like, I would just walk away from it, file it as a failed experiment, and move on to something else that might have a better chance of getting eyes on it. The thing is, I don't write to get readers. That's a side effect. And like I said, I'm stubborn. I want to finish the story. I want to finish the book. And after that, I'll figure out what I do with it. And yeah. What are you up to, Colo? So, so it will be interesting to see what happens with this. Like, how hard it is to get back to it. All right, how did I finish this? Uh, Atoll Station 1. Battle Station. We have 30 allies. We're going up against 23 enemies. Rajin is in first place. JR is in second. Shulsamon takes over second place. JR takes second place again. Shulsamon is in second. JR is in third. And we're done. We've won. Oh, cool. Rajin is in first place, 3 kill, 7 assists. Shulsamon is in second place, 5 kill, 4 assists. And JR926 is in third, 4 kill, 2 assists. We have gold, and the captain's not here. We have Saints and Paladin that no one is currently claiming, so Woodfest gets gold. Meow Meow has been sanctified. Snapdax gets a pal. And we move on to a hard battle before the boss. And these are... So everything is tank. So I'm going to put a fairy. That is what needs to be raised. Actually, you know what? Let's go already. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Battle station. Everyone. Battle station. We have 50 allies. We're going up against 16 enemies. And let's see, Arcten is in first place. JR takes that over. Gator Paws is in third. And Cell killed the Epic. And we're done. We've won. Arcten Telemetros is in first place with 8 assists. JR926 is in second place, 6 kill, 2 assist. Gator Paws is in third, 1 kill, 5 assist. We have, oh, fairies. Do we have a Decanizer in the battle? Nope, no Decanizer. We've got flying rogues, we've got Lego heads, we've got nobody claiming those, so Catacrack gets dusted. Mevin Maverick gets Legos. Moonlight Baby gets wings. And we move on to the boss battle. And all right, let's check. Do we have? Okay, so we do have that. I need how many? Okay, well, I need to claim to claim the quest before going any further if I want to if I want these kills, whatever. So I need 3 kills. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Wait, did I? Did not. Let's do that. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 41 allies. We're going up against 46 enemies. And we are off. Gator Paws is in first place. Moonlight is in second. Gator Paws is in first. Moonlight's in second. JR takes over second place. Moonlight is now in third. Kinzu is in second. Gator Paws is in first. Moonlight's in third. Meow Meow has killed the boss. And we are down to what here? Oh, the graves? We need to kill the graves? Really? These are objects, aren't they? Yep. Alrighty, we are done. Did I get my kill? Yep, I did. Gator Paws is in first place, 16 kills. Kinzu is in second place, 6 kills, 4 assists. Moonlight Baby is in third, 7 assists. We've got Lego heads, we've got berserkers, we've got monks, we've got nobody claiming those. So, Meow Meow gets monked, JR926 goes berserk, Kinzu gets Legos. And we move on to the next map, which we may not finish. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, okay. We're taking the low road. It tends to be the shorter one. Sometimes there'll be a cut across here, but... Alrighty. Right, I need to clear that quest. I need to kill 4 melee. Do we have melee in here? You are not. That's alright. Alrighty, well, regardless, it's time for a spy. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Ekla, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Doing okay. Still a sleep schedule to fix. Well, I hope that you get that happening. My way of doing it, which is probably not a good way, is to stay up. To force myself to get up at my usual time and then force myself to stay up until the sleep time I want. And I do that until it becomes natural. I fully acknowledge it's probably not a good way to do it. You need to go to bed early. Well, if you need to go to bed early, then the It's about staying in bed and forcing yourself to get up when you have to get up. Yeah. Again, like I said, I acknowledge that my method is probably not healthy, but fortunately for me, it's not something I've had to do often. But it is how I'm built my sleep schedule. I'm now pretty much, which is now pretty much established. Go to bed 9:30, get up 4:30 in the morning, basically no matter what, unless I have someone. If I have someone in bed with me, then I'm able to stay longer. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 56 allies. We're going up against 27 enemies. Mavin is in the lead. Moonlight takes over that. Keister's in second. Rain was in third. Tundra Chick is in second. Catacrack is now in third. Let's see. Gator Paws is in first. Tundra Chick is in second. Catacrack is in third. And we've got a batch of rogues dealing with... There we go. We're done. We've won. Mono Bear is in first place. 5 kill, 1 assist. Thunder Chick is in second place. 6 assist. Gator Paws is in third. 4 kill, 1 assist. We've got vampires. We've got lancers. We've got archers. We've got nobody claiming does. So, Rain Rabel gets shot. Shalsamum gets lanced and Rajjin gets bitten. And we move on. Whenever the game decides to do that, to another easy battle on the way to the boss. I do not know if we're going to reach the boss unless we're at it or very close. I plan on shifting to the event as soon as that starts. Hey, Strago Buggo! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. You are well. I am glad to hear that. What are you up to today? Writing when you should be working. Well, just call writing work and you're fine. Indeed we do, Colo. Welcome to the stream. What are you up to today? Mistakes were made. Well, looks like you survived them, so that's good. Decided to go to the store and refilled soda stream bottle. I'll call him whatever I feel like calling him. He's trying to convince us he's not an alt of Colo. That's what he's doing. He's not trying to convince us he's not Colo. He's trying to convince us he's not an alt of Colo. But he's still going to be Colo for me. Easier to say that way. Uh, 6 kilometer travel, electric keyboard, winter, and it's nearly 0, so very damp. Covered in mud up to thigh. Feet, there's 2 mm coverage. Battle station. Everyone, battle station. We have 37 allies. We're going up. No, 62 allies. We're going up against 37 enemies. Ansel is in first place. Wokatonka's in second. Kihari's in third. I got one kill. Hopefully that's a melee kill. Ansel's in first place. Wokatonka's in second. JR is in third. And we're done. We've won. And no, did not get melee. Ansel is in first place. 8 kills, 2 assists. JR 926 is in second place. 3 and 3. Wokatonka is in third. 5 assists. We've got Lancers, we've got Busters, we've got no one currently claiming those. So, Ansel gets busted, Reina Rabel gets lanced. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the bus. And that is melee, so we're going to try that. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Enjoy, Colo. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Enjoy the lurk, Ekla. Any of those to you. A train. Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm not gonna have much left by the time this is over. But Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 64 allies. We're going up against 80-some enemies. Spider Pup is in first place. Mavin Maverick is in second. Quinn is in third. What do I've got kills. Wonder if I got at least one melee kill. You guys are armored, aren't you? Spider Pup is in first place. Mavin Maverick is in second. B.S. Evans is in third. Quinn takes over third. Evan is back in third. And we're down to a last batch of enemies. And I believe we're done. We've won. I got one. Spider Pup is in first place. 4 kill, 27 assist. Mavin Maverick is in second place, 11 kill, 17 assist. And B.S. Evan is in third, 7 kill, 8 assist. We've got gold, and the captain's not there. We've got flying rogues, we've got musketeers, we've got no one claiming them. So, Wokatonka gets gold along with Mavin Maverick. Turner Fan, Spider Pup get muskets. B.S. Evans gets wings. And we move on to an easy battle on the way to the boss. And I do not see any. So we're going to go with a healer. But yeah, the getting melee killing is definitely going to be something of opportunity. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Alrighty, time for me to go on lunch. I will do my best to return within about 20 minutes to run the battle. Otherwise, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 63 allies. We're going against 110 enemies. And we're off with Shironaya Stream in first place. Well, Rajin is now in first place. Gator Paws is in first. Rajin is in first again. Shiro's in third. Gator Paws is second. A lot of people kill epics. Many of them have turned into actual opponents. Still epics though. Rajin is in first place. Shironoya is in second. Gator Paws is in third. And looks like we are about to be done. There we go. We're done. We've won. Rajin is in first place. 24 kill, 2 assist. Shironaya Stream is in second place, 25 assist, and Gator Paws is in third, 14 kill, 7 assist. We have archers, saints, and healers, and no one claiming them. So Quinn gets healed, Bragi, son of Odin, gets sanctified, and Tundrachik gets shot. And we move on to a hard battle. On the way to the boss, which we probably won't make. Alrighty. Will be interesting to see if the start of the event will affect my spy quest. Alrighty. We will see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Atoll Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 73 allies. We're going up against 63 enemies. And we are off with Quinn in first place. Mavin Maverick is in second. Rain Rabel is in third. Quinn, Mavin, Rain is. Enemies are dropping. Shironaya takes over third place. Looks like Quinn is comfortably in first place. And we're done. There we go. We've won. Quinn is in first place with 30 assists. Mavin Maverick is in second place, 10 kill, 12 assists. Shironaya Stream is in third, 5 kill, 16 assists. We've got gold and no captain. We've got berserkers, we've got flying rogues, we've got no one claiming them. So, JR926, Stezzy Tezzy, get wings. Kingzu, Silent Meow, go berserk, and QS Creates gets gold. And we move on to an easy battle. 1, 2, 3. Might get there before the shift. And, well, if I don't know what's going to happen, I'm going to move along my units and not the quests. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And this afternoon, it will be a read and comment on Ank's chapter. So we shall be waiting for them to arrive. Looks like I forgot to drink this morning. Hello, Angst. It will probably turn out with much slaughter of pixels. My next screenwriter? Oh, well. Yes, probably. You are probably right. If you can send me the files so I can set that up. And we can get started on the read and comment. Unless you sent them and I missed the information? Nope, I have nothing there. Alrighty. that should cover most of the formatting differences. Alrighty. So wait. Is there really only 2,000 words left on this? I thought there was more left. Okay. All right. Well, we will be getting through this, and then we'll see what happens. This is the continuation of 2 weeks ago, which is Trokim meeting up with Gunter, an old friend of his. And I believe this is targeted at a specific reader. I don't know if it's a commission or part of some people on your stream can if can get the can get you to write about specific character. Channel point redeemed. There you go. All right. Hey, Mama Buckle, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? All right, this afternoon it is a read and comment. This is a continuation of Gunter and Trokim's story, which is something that a viewer of Angst redeemed with their points. We are in the last section of the story. I did most of it 2 weeks ago. Just to get a perspective on whether it might be interesting enough to distribute to people who didn't request it. I think it's always that can always be done with any story. It's about targeting the right audience. Alrighty, so hey, are you stealing my cheese? Gunter tried to chew unobstructedly. If you're hungry, you should have said something. Trokim put down his grater. Wait here, and don't eat any more of the grated cheese. Gunter swallowed what was in his mouth. Does that mean I can slice it from the wheel? If you must. Trokim stacked drying rhomboid of dough in the basket and carried it through the door to the kitchen. His voice drifted back through it. Stay there. Gunter fidgeted. The pot of grated cheese called to him temptingly. Somehow, the fine shard tasted better than the slice off the wheel. But Trokim had been working on it for a while, and the pile wasn't very large. He picked up the dangerous-looking rasp Trokim used and cautiously rubbed it against the exposed surface of the wheel of the cheese. Crumbs. All right, so we have cheese twice, quite literally one line after the other. I'm not. What you could probably do is attach it here with a semicolon. Making it a continuation. So crumbs caught among the tool's teeth. At this point, this does not need to be capitalized. Otherwise, what you could do is stop it here. Because it's not like there's 20,000 items that Gunter can be working on. The context tells us that it's going to be the cheese. So, he picked up the dangerous-looking rasp Trokim used and cautiously rubbed it against the exposed surface. Then crumbs of cheese caught among the tool's teeth. It's mainly about avoiding repeats. Yeah. Gunter rubbed harder, managing to release a few shards to fall to the table. More force made them fall even faster until the tools slipped against the table and the mass of cheese landed in the delicate pile. Cheese shards scattered everywhere. He had almost gathered the bits still on the table into a single pile again when Trokim returned through the kitchen door. Trokim took one look at the mess and shook his head. Thank you for trying to help. I didn't. I know. Trokim placed a plate covered with cold sausages and bits of cheese in front of Gunter, then reclaimed his grating tool. I can't say it's only the thought that counts. Actions do have consequences, but the thought behind it matters too. And that you tried to fix the damage done. Gunter looked at the plate of food. What's this? A sausage and cheese plate from our dwarven menu. Be cautious with some of those cheese. They're coagulated with rennet. Isn't it all cheese? Hunter took a bite of the smoky sausage, fennel and other spices warring with the salt to be recognized as a dominant flavor. Not all. What I'm grating now is goat's milk cheese that was set with nettle rather than any animal-derived substance. You know, of course, that all people except merfolk can eat dairy. It sounded familiar, so Gunter nodded. But making milk into cheese depends on another substance to coagulate it. One of the easiest to get is a bit of the stomach from a nursing calf, kit, or lamb. But wouldn't that hurt the baby? It's a byproduct of slaughter, yes. So you have veal, lamb, and kit for the table, bladder to make balls or flask, intestine for sausage casing, stomach for rennet. Gunter held up a hand. I work in a food orchard, remember? I'd rather not think about such things. Would you like me to take the sausage away then? Gunter snatched the plate out of Trokim's reach. I never said I wouldn't eat it. I just don't want to think about it. Right. Trokim rolled his eyes. Well, if you did think about it, you'd be able to see that elves can't eat the cheese that relies on animal stomach for coagulation, and dwarves need to be careful with the plant-based one. Nettle broth is fine, for instance, but one of the specialty cheese on our plate for elves is also wrapped in nettle leaves to cure. Even the cloth-wrapped cheese can be risky for dwarves if they ingest any of the fiber, though paring the rind reduces the risks. All right, but we're human. What does that mean for us? That we have a more flexible digestive system than other people, and it takes training and attention to feed them safely. Trokim resumed rubbing the cheese wheel against the grater, which is, you'll recall, my literal job. Oh, right. But why am I being careful? Trokim shrugged. Not everyone at the Sanguine Horse is human or adult. In case they ask permission to filch a bit of your food, as you did my cheese, you'll not want to harm them if you say yes. Gunter grinned. I could just say no. There is that. But I'm sure your visiting manners haven't entirely deserted you since we were children. I guess. Though, I suppose if they had, somebody might, Gunter trailed off suggestively, use physical punishment to mollify your behavior? Trokim shook his head. More likely they'd question why I invited somebody so ill-mannered into our home at an extreme. At an extreme, you might be invited not to return. And if I did, we wouldn't admit you. And I would be very disappointed to lose somebody I consider a friend. Gunter blinked. Seriously? I thought you knew I thought us friends. No, I mean, Gunter shook his head. You'd really stop being friends with me over something like that? Gunter, what you're talking about? Violating our home, making people I care about uncomfortable? I hope you're playing, but in a real sense, these people are as much family as the parents I haven't seen since leaving Greenmount. Hurting them is hurting me, and I don't think a real friend would choose to do that. Gunter tried to figure out what he did mean. It hadn't been nearly so serious in his head. I wouldn't want to hurt anyone. I didn't think so. The seriousness passed, and Trokim smiled. I guess that means I can't ask you. I guess that means I can't ask for a spanking from you either. Choke him. Gunter blushed to the root of his hair. Is that a no then? He'd never imagined before, but now that he did, it's not a no. Trokim buried his face in his arm. Oh, really? Trokim smiled. Why did the man have to rub it in? I haven't ever, but if you wanted to, I guess. Trokim chuckled. Tell you what, how about when I finish this dish, I game you for it. Game me? Gunter shook his head. I don't have any monster cards with me. I mean, not that I play that anymore, but different game then. Trokim's smile hadn't faded. Devel has forbidden me to play Carnifel. I think he's joking about that, but I'm not sure I want to take the risk. But I do have a mortis board in my things upstairs. You remember how to play? It was a children's game, at least the 3-man variant. Gunter nodded. So we'll play a round of 3-man's Morris, and the loser gets, you know? Torkim's grin broadened. Nope, the winner does. But the spanking was meant to be punishment, wasn't it? Is that fair? Simple. Torkim's hand moved faster over the grater. Which would you rather do, spank or be spanked? Torkim! Gunter covered his face again. Can you stop using that word? It's embarrassing. Nope. The man grin faded slowly. Wait, Gunter? Yeah. You're serious, aren't you? My using the word is really bothering you? I said that. Yes, but I thought you were joking. Trokim sighed. I'll try to cut back. But I've spent the last 2 years here, and the folks at the Sanguine Horse, well, they're pretty big on using the right word for things. Hunter nodded. What else could he say? Is there a word you'd rather use? Something I could say instead, and I'd know. Something I could say instead, and I'd know what you meant, and you'd know what I meant, but you wouldn't feel bad about it? Something I could say instead, and I'd know what you meant, and you'd know what I meant. It reads odd. It is dialogue, but it might just be how elaborate. Where's the order of the 2 sentences? Is there a word you're going to use? Something you'd know. Now, I think it's mainly how elaborate it is, and this is not inappropriate. He's being careful to make sure he's understood, and I think that's why, like, it feels like there's too much. You know, but it also feels appropriate. Like it's the economy, the economy. You know, because ultimately, you know, it's something we could use so we both know what what is meant. He's just stretching it, and I personally maybe, you know, note that so that your other, you know, see what your other better readers think about it. I tend to be very no, okay, not very. I tend to go for concise when my characters. I don't have a lot of characters who elaborate, so it was silly. Trokim was going to laugh at him, but the sound of cheese against grater had stopped, and when Gunter peeked past his finger, the look on Trokim's face was all concern. Gunter bit his lip. Pancake? Pancake. Trokim repeated the word, forehead slightly creased. Like the food item? Gunter nodded. Not sweet on their not sweet on their own, but with the right topping. Trokim's face broke into a grin. And the sound is familiar in the middle there. Yes, I can see it. You can? Trokim nodded. All right, pancake it is. So would you rather be served pancake or make them? Despite his continuing blush, Gunter lowered his hand. Eat them. Me too. And since we both want the same thing, that makes it a good choice for the price, doesn't it? I suppose. Trokim nodded. So, if you win, I drag you up to Lorelei. Gunter gulp. Lorelei? Oh, she won't touch you, not unless you ask her to, at least. I was saying I'll bring you along for one of my lesson with her as a sort of demo bottom. Gunter peered at him suspiciously. Is that a pun? Trokim ducked his head. It might have been. I should have remembered the downside of your cleverness. Gunter swallowed again. The stakes are fair, though it still feels odd to be winning pancakes. Hey, I'll have you know I'm an excellent cook. If you want to make your pancakes, they'll be the nicest pancake you'll ever had. Given what most of the spanking Gunter had experienced in the past had been meant as punishment and not intended to be nice, this didn't seem like much of a challenge. Still he nodded. I believe you. I just don't understand why Lorelei needs to be involved. I'm an excellent cook, but I'm still new at, well, the physical skill we're talking about. I've only done it with Cressida, and she has a lot more experience than I do. With you, I like you. I don't want to do it wrong or make it so you don't enjoy the experience. As a whole, I mean. I know the way it can be all good and bad, and the way you can want. All right, I'm the one stumbling. I know the way it can be all good and bad, and the way you can want it to stop and never want it to stop all at once. And when I was at your stage, wanting, the people I had for topping were really good at knowing, and Trokim broke off, the face almost as red as Gunter's felt. I'm babbling, aren't I? No, if Gunter couldn't finish his own sentence, he certainly couldn't fault Trokim's stumble. He shook his head. You don't think she'll mind if I just pop up one day and I have scheduled sessions with her, lessons, like I said. Trokim stared at the piece of cheese in his hand and apparently decided that the integrity of his fingers was worth more than the remaining cheese on the rind. He moved the cheese rind. Technically, it's not the same word, but it is the same thing. The rind, the cheese rind or cheese on the rind. If nothing else, we don't need cheese here. He moved. Cheese on the rind. It has a tad of confusion, so more than the remaining cheese on the rind. Yeah, that would probably work. I mean, there's still rind and rind, but I am unsure if removing on the rind would cause confusion to the reader, because especially in modern day, I don't think many people grate cheese with rind on it. So yeah, I think like if if you can think of a way to, yeah, definitely, yeah, the remainder to Gunter's plate would definitely solve the doubling, and it removed the confusion that I couldn't quite work out. He moved the remainder to Gunter's plate and started on another wedge. We So we'd have to find a time that's good for you, and then I'd set it up with her, and we could mark it down as practice for me. Gunter still had the meat and cheese that had come with the plate, but he gnawed on the rind. That sounds like a lot of work. Trokim shrugged. No more than finding Lorelli and Cressida free at the same time. Probably less, because I wouldn't be taking 3 people away from their duties here. 3 people? Torkim counted them off on his finger. Lorelli, Cressida, and me. Oh, of course. Had really forgotten Trokim worked at the Sanguine Horse? He was going to work. He was doing work as they spoke. I'd have to ask Uncle Sylvester. I mean, they let me go off now, but I'm here to work, not to socialize. In Capital, I mean. Trokim grinned. I didn't think you'd come to Capital for the sole purpose of tracking me down and renewing our acquaintance. No, I told you. I didn't even know you were here. I remember. Trokim considered the pile of shredded cheese before him. Will you be all right with your plate while I boil the marrow? Boil the macros? And the next step is to layer them with butter and cheese, but they need to be cooked first. Alrighty, give me a moment. Sure. Gunter took a bite of the sausage that burst in his mouth with surprising pepperiness, despite showing not a grain of the spice, I'm guessing, in the smooth meat paste that filled it. He grinned cheekily. Do I get the other cheese rind? Trucking looked from Gunter to the cheese. There was a good centimeter of usable matter before the hardened rind, and by rights he should have said no. He hadn't, and he, if it's going to remain, he should have. I think it would be he should have to say no, because this is something that has not yet happened. Um, Otherwise, it could be, he should say no. Hadn't he already given Gunter a full plate of food? Are you still hungry, or just pushing limits? Gunter swallowed the meat. I don't know about pushing, but didn't you ever notice that stolen fruit tastes better? I wasn't the one up the pear tree when I shouldn't be. Trookim's teeth flashed in a grin. Go ahead, enjoy it. But no, your backside will pay for it at some point. Before Trookim could change his mind, Gunter snatched a rind. You think that's going to discourage me? On the contrary. Trookim stood and headed for the kitchen. I expect it will make you savor the savor. You should say right. Marshall, you should have said no. Here's the question. Well, okay. I I think this falls squarely in stylistic. Like, even though it's all past, I would do it like that because to me it sounds better. But and I think this is part of what's happening here, and it may be because 2 weeks has space since I read it, read the previous part. But I think I lost track of whose head we're in, because by itself, everything that's there feels very neutral into whose head we're in, and this is not a um, this is not a that's something you need to change. It's simply an artifact of having ran out of time last time. And yes, it would definitely clarify whose head we're in if the reader happens to have forgotten, because every other place that where Gunter is mentioned, it's through an action that can be viewed from the outside. Therefore, it's not quite clear as a whose head we're in statement. But yes, Gunter knew he should say no, or in this case, I mean, oops. An easy way here would also be Trokim looked from him to the cheese. And then, especially if you're going to have Gunter mentioned after the fact, then, although, to avoid having Gunter like 3 times in a row real quick. And actually, this one can also be changed at that point. But yeah. Yeah, that would definitely work. All right, we will have an advertising Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 71 allies. We're going up against 70 some enemies, and we are off. Lustfall was in first place, is back there. Rajin is in second, is in first, is in second. Again, Meow Meow is in third. Rajin is in first, Lustfall is in third as Meow Meow takes over second place. And Kinzu takes over second, takes over first. Rajin is in second. Meow Meow is in third. What do we have left? Oh, nothing. We're done. We've won. Kinzu is in first place. 14 kills, 5 assists. I like the icon. Rajin is in second place, 8 kill, 10 assist, and Meow Meow is in third, 3 kill, 11 assist. We have gold, and the captain's not here. We've got healers that no one is currently claiming. So, that Dork Tigris, Stedzy Tezzy, and Kinzu get gold. Rainer Abel, Mavin Maverick get healed. And we move on to a hard No, moderate battle. On the way to... we'll see. And, okay, do we have... What do we... I still don't see any fight. Alright, so... We're gonna stick with the fairies, since that's what I'm raising. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. On the contrary, Trokim stood and headed for the kitchen. I expect it will make the savor, even flavor. Savor is usually the act of enjoying a flavor. So I think here, I mean, it feels like flavor would be a more appropriate word. Even sweeter, with the promise of spice to come. Okay. With it being a bit dated, you may want to check with your other beta readers. Because, to a modern audience, or to an audience that is not accustomed to an older usage of word, it may definitely lead to confusion. And I think on this phrase is somewhere where you probably don't want that confusion, because it's sort of the punchline. So you at least want to make sure that it's clear. So, on the whole, one of the things you were looking to find out is if this could be put in front of a broader audience than the person / people who paid for that. My answer is yes. Like from my point of view, there's nothing in there that is so troublesome. Like, granted, it's probably not general audience, simply because the subject matter itself will make certain people uncomfortable. But the language that you use does not cross over, to me, into inappropriateness. I will say that, if it meets their requirement, that's where it should start, seeing as they're the one who, quote unquote, paid for it. But no, yeah, beyond that, like, anyone who's read other of your stories will definitely not have a problem with it. You could, I don't know where you could put it, where else you could put it other than the places you usually do, simply because I don't know websites. Like, all the places I know tend to be furry. The one other place that I'm aware that I post is Royal Road. And you would want to look into the tags that they use to see if there's a hint that that's appropriate there. I don't know. Royal Road is not purely litRPG, but it definitely has a large litRPG contingent. But yeah, I don't like this. Can definitely be placed in front of a broader audience without having to be terrified. beyond that, I think you probably know more where this would fit than I. Um, like something you'll have a good entry book. This is a small novella. Yeah. Um, I mean it's fantasy. Um, it like what you write feels like it might border on the historical fantasy uh, subgenre, mainly because while the world is definitely fantasy, the Latin feel to most of what's there um, makes it there. Might work for people who haven't been to Samatio. Samasio. Yes. Nothing in there. Well, about the only thing that requires, well, not requires, but that could, that actually, no, I don't think even the Sanguine Horse requires. Okay, people who have encountered the Sanguine, read about the Sanguine Horse better would get a little more out of this because they'd understand better where the conversation is taking place, the things that Trokim is alluding to, but it's not required. Um, yeah, the story reads as something that could be used to ease someone into that world. I want it to be the first thing you publish in Somatio, since it does not. It does have more of a fetish angle. Yeah, um, and on that level, that is cool. Up to you. You know what you want um, the audience out there once you decide to start publishing. The sense of the world that you want them to initially get, because that is in part what they will come to expect in general. It's your first book has a habit of establishing you. you know so usually this is background more than that is background more than it is here. Yeah, yeah. And but as you said, this is written for someone. um so on that level, I would not expect this to be um the first thing you put out there. But yeah, like it reads well. It it turned out they're going with the story. Yeah. Like this reads well. Um, One of the advantage that it possibly has as an entry point is that there's not a lot of Latin in the language, in the words, which you know in and of itself. Well, I mean, you hear me stumble over over the words pretty much every time I encounter them. Um, no, like again, like this is not something I would say. Yeah, you want to just throw it out the window and let anyone who picks it up read it. Um, you know, but like I would not be afraid of outright of handing it to anyone that's above 18. Any adult, you know, I would probably, go, have a disclaimer that this, touches on, fetish, and if you're publishing this online, there'll be tags. So, so long as you tag this properly, no one will have a reason to complain. Finding the right environment for it. Um, might toss it on FetLife for a limited period and see. Yeah, that definitely sounds like it's a place that would at the very least be receptive for this. Um, all right, is there sorry, is there anything specific you want me to look at? And if it's regarding what I did 2 weeks ago, you may need to send me the rest of the file because, as you know, I don't keep them. Uh, it's a monetized platform, but it does have many people who share content. Well, then that's good because it's it's going to give you a sense of what those people feel about the story. You know, think of them as expert readers kind of thing. You do? Cool. All right. Well, do you want to go back to Honore and Leo's story, or because you do have me for the entire block, so I'm not sure uh, what you want to do beyond this. Any clever title idea? Uh, Clever title ideas aren't words that work for me. Um, I don't really do clever titles. Um, I'm bad at titling. Period. Um, I'm sorry. I I have no idea. I mean, yeah, but this is like, this took not even 40 minutes. So being able to come up with title all is clever. Yeah, well, I to be fair to my title, I rely a lot on inspiration with my titles. My titles will have working titles for a very, very long time. And if I'm lucky, at some point, the story will tell me what the title is. You know, for example, The Captain's Heart. When I started writing that, the title was Jeremy because, it's Jeremy's story. And actually, throughout the entire draft zero of that story is called Jeremy. Jeremy book 1, 2, and 3. Because I never I never worked out the title. And it's as I was writing the draft that at some point, and the thing is, the concept of the heart for Kelsarians is there in draft zero. the connection just did not happen. And then at some point in the early chapters, it did. And that's when the book became The Captain's Heart, um, which has given me a sense for what I want the other books to be titled. Um, I know that there's one book that will be titled The Father's Rage. Because of what happens in it. Um, and I think that the last book will be called The Captain's Life, but I'm not sure. Mainly because I don't quite remember what the last book contains. I have a vague memory of what's going to happen. But yeah, um, that is definitely like that's the extent. Like, inspiration. Like the Demon series, the title of these books, except for the first one, which is just Demon. Oh man, like ultimately, I don't believe I'm the one who titled these books. Like my editor titled the second one, because I could not come up with anything, and in titling the second one, it gave me a sense of what I wanted the third one to be. Because with Trustless Shadows, for the second book, I wanted the third book to deal with light, and not necessarily light directly, um, but implying light. And I settled on An Errant Dawn in part because Derek is kind of wondering for part of it, so I figured, yeah, you know what, that's gonna work. And ultimately, that's what it is. Like, I don't know if the title actually works. Alrighty. I think I believe I've read this. Cafe rings a bell. Lyra and Elizabeth lit for an ale house. Well, Wilburn, do you like cafe? What? Cafe. It's a specialty here. It's a hot beverage similar to tea, but brewed from roast seeds rather than leaves or flour. Um, or maybe not. Okay. Maybe that's why it looks familiar. Anyway, I'll start reading, and worst comes to worst, if at some point it becomes obvious that that I've read it, but maybe not. Alrighty. Uh, Fodensius Secundus Terra, 1467. The building to which Leo let Honore, um, I think this falls under an archaic or old way of saying Leo. Oh, okay. So it should actually be led. Um, the building to which Leo led Honore. And the thing is, your knowledge of older version of the language of English is so much broader than mine that I find myself second guessing my thoughts every so often. Well, it for an alehouse. Oil lamps burned above long tables where young men and women sat with rough clay mugs and books spread before them. The patrons were quiet, sometime conferring in soft toned, nor did the Handel, Hende smell of alcohol or stale sweat as so many alehouses did. A dark, earthy aroma underlay the fragrance in the room with a warm nuttiness Honoré couldn't place. Do you like cafe? Leo, Leo led Honoré towards the counter. I might flip them, put the action before the word here, but meh. This is definitely stylistic. If you let Honoré, he would have been renting, which is more Barra's thing. Yeah. Honoré blinked. What? Cafe. It's a specialty here. Leo smiled reassuringly at Honoré. It's a hot beverage, similar to teas, but brewed from roast seeds rather than leaves or flowers. I'm not sure. Did Leo's other friend enjoy it? Would Honoré disappoint him if he said no? I've never tried it, but I'm sure if you like it, it's lovely. It can be an acquired taste. Yes, yes it is. It's one I've acquired. No blame tainted Leo's smile. He turns his attention to the round-faced woman behind the counter and ordered, "Two Sesveller of cafe and a pot of linden rosehip tea, if you please, with a small pot of honey and a dish of sesamum, sesamum native." The woman looked between them. "Two cups, or will others be joining you?" "Yes, two. I've my eye on the corner table." Leo slid a silver coin across the counter. "Very good." The woman pocketed the coin and turned away, moving a brass kettle over a brazier, and began work with a mortar and pestle. The fragrance Honoré had noticed on entering the shop intensified, but Leo was already walking away. Honoré followed the larger man toward a small table in a relatively dim corner. A few moments after they'd settled into the upright wooden chair, a half-grown boy, who could have been the woman's child, appeared with a dish of speckled brown candy and a small pot of honey. "Up late, Koskun?" Leo slipped the child a pars separate from what he'd given the woman. "It's for den DS, Magister." The boy grinned, ducking his head and making the triangular bronze coin disappear. "No school tomorrow." Leo nodded sagely. "I trust you won't neglect your studies for the sake of Bibalia." "No, Magister." The boy ducked his head again, though a cheeky grin still lit his face. Backside before Bibalia. A wise policy, I'm sure. I don't get it, and my mind's going in a direction which I don't know it's intended, mainly because of what I was reading earlier. Um, Leo laughed and waved the boy away, then took then offer I think this is took his probably doesn't belong there. Then offered the dish of sweets to Honoré. so I went in the right direction. Um, I'm I have to I don't read that in there, but then again, at this point, it's dialogue, so it could easily be local expressions. Um, but like I said, I had gone in that direction already. I just didn't know if my mind had been primed for spanking because of Gunter's story. All right, give me a moment. It'll be by metaphorical or crudely is on the line. Yeah. Wise policy, I'm sure. Leo laughed and waved the boy away, then offered the dish of sweets to Honore. I think you'll like this. It's a boiled honey candy, but Kivank Hende imports these tiny seeds by the barrel to flavor them, as well as for other dishes. Honore took one of the smallest pieces between his finger. There was a glossy sheen to it, and it was hard between his teeth, but thinner and less sharp than the sticks of rock candy crystal sold for the Festival of Terra. The rich flavor of late season honey was underlain by an unidentifiable nuttiness that must have been the seeds. Leo took a piece of his own and bit it in half, then set the dish on the table between them, while he chewed and swallowed. Honore stopped trying to treat the small card of candy like a lozenges and crushed it between his teeth. The flavor blended into a pleasant melange. Hmm. Huh. Um, and this may be how the candy's prepared. Honey, breaking honey tends to the experience I've had with hardened honey is breaking them makes it stick to your teeth. But at this point, yeah, I won't claim that my experience is how it has to be. Um, Do you like it? Leo couldn't possibly be anxious as he sounded. Sesame snaps? Um, okay, what I know under that name is 99% sesame seeds with barely a coating of of a glaze, of a sugary glaze. I like where like at that point, like it didn't stick because there's literally not enough, and I don't know that the ones I've had were honey. Um, Depends on how your sugar. Yeah, well, that's kind of why I said it depends on probably depends on how it's prepared, and yeah, honey probably falls under that same thing. It's the sugar in it is going to change how it behaves with temperature. So yeah, this feels very much more honey. The way it's described here feels very much like it's much more honey than seed compared to what I've had as sesame snaps. not with as many friends and as much knowledge as he had, but his smile was more hopeful than confident. They offer various nuts as well. Pistachios are nice and still a little exotic. Or they have local walnuts and almonds, but the sesame natif has a more delicate texture. I hope you'd enjoyed it. Uh, Much like peanut butter, except sesame. Okay. All right. Alrighty. We will have Stream Raider Battle. Sorry, advertising. Then the Stream Raider Battle, and I will be right back. Whoops, forgot to bring that back here. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 48 allies. We're going up against 55 enemies. And we are off with Shironaya in first place. JR takes over that. Tundra's in first, Braggy's in second, Braggy's in third as Shiro takes over first. Tundra Chick is in second, takes over first. Shironoya is in second, is in third as Braggy drops by to third. Silver takes over third, JR takes over third. Tundra is in first, JR is in second, Shironaya takes over second again, JR is in third, Shironaya jumps to first, Tundra is in second, back in first, back in second. Shironaya is in first, Tundra Chick is in second, JR is in third. And, oh, I see, we've got an enemy. No, we're done. Shironaya Stream is in first place. 13 kill, 1 assist. Tundra Chick is in second place, 1 kill, 13 assist. JR926 is in third, 8 kill, 4 assist. We've got gold and no captain. We've got healers, we've got musketeers, we have no one claiming them. So, Kinzu gets musket. Bragi, son of Odin, gets healed, and Astromage gets gold. And we move on to a moderate battle, which I think will be the last non-event battle we will have. Because in 20 minutes. Let's switch that here. Let's go here. Yeah, nothing's melee. Oh, wait a minute. Yep, there is some melee, so let's go melee this and see what happens. Or let's go try to melee this. People keep sniping my kills. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Dissolve sugar or honey in a quiet fire. Degree that when the piece is taken and cooled, it breaks and shatters. Need what you want of sesame, walnut, pistachio, almond, poppy seed. Cool. Very cool. I do. Thank you. It's very good. Honorary took another piece, pulling his hand back in time to avoid young Kuskun depositing a pair of half-size cups and more normal-sized pair on the table. Behind the boy, his mother carried 2 metal beakers with wooden rod handles nestled into what looked like a tray of sand. She lowered the tray to an empty part of the table. Empty? To an empty part. Empty part of the table feels a little clunky. For like I would want to use cleared, but I don't know that it would work here. Should the trade to an empty space? Yeah, yeah, that would that sounds better. Or an open space. Um, uh, we're treading on style here, so but I think space would work better than part. Um, Thank you. Careful, it's hot. Thank you. Leo picked up a bundle of slender wooden rods from the sand and used it to whisk the liquid in one of the beakers to a froth. He poured a little of the nearly black, opaque fluid into one of the smaller cups and passed it to Honore before filling the other for himself and reaching for the honey. Honore, you can try it unsweetened, but you might find it bitter. Any helps. Honore lifted the cup to his lips, inhaling a more intense concentration of the complex roasted nuts and bread crust aromas, still underlined by a dark earthiness. It smelled delicious, but the first touch of it against his tongue proved the wisdom of Leo's warning. Darwin frowned at Honore's expression and nodded. I'll fetch the teapot. Leo set down his cup and smiled. Thank you, Andy. Honore bit his lip, but the woman was already walking away. I didn't mean to. I haven't tried it. It's sweet yet. I didn't say I don't like it. No, but that's why I ordered the tea as well. It's always nicer to try new things when there's the option of something familiar to have if you don't care for it. Leo reached out for Honore's hand. Honore met him halfway. One thumb stroked the back of Honore's hand. You don't have to like everything I do. I'm interested in finding things we both enjoy, and part of that discovery is finding things we don't. You're allowed to tell me when that happens, and you're allowed to suggest things for us to try. I'd like to. Honore shook his head. I'm not sure what I could. You seem to have done everything already. I hope not. Leo laughed. But it wasn't at Honore. I'm only 20. You're older than I, Barra said. 2 years hardly matters when you've done so much more than I have. Honore accepted the pot of honey from Leo and drizzled a generous portion into his cup. Has anybody ever told you you're intimidating? Intimidating? Me? Leo shook his head. I can't say I've heard that before. No. What have I done? It's not what you do, it's what you are. The cafe still tasted potent, but the additional sweetness helped. Your friends are friendly with basically everyone. They show you things, stars, planets, musical instrument, ice slides. Hey, Captain! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Your clock has been updated. At a late night, your hockey team won 5-2. Oh, congrats! Well, you still made it in time for the start of the event. It's what's the event today? What's the new Stream Raider event? Well, it's not a new event. It's a rerun. Olympiad is what we're getting, starting in about 15 minutes. So, after the battle that's currently going, we're jumping into Olympiad. They show you things, stars, planets, musical instruments, ice slides, sewer, laundry tricks, stack upon stack of dirty dishes. Leo grinned. It's not all so glamorous as you imagine, but I show interest, and that's rarer than you'd think. Everybody likes you, and there's a sanguine horse thing. You think nothing of beating people or being beaten. That's not true. Honore met Leo's eyes met Honore's, and there was no laughter left. Had Honore hurt him with Careless Word? I have thought a great deal about beating peoples, how to achieve the sensations they want while ensuring the safety they need. It's not something I enjoy, but something I need to know. I'm sorry. Honore dropped his eyes to the table, but looked back up when Leo released his hand. It wasn't rejection, though. Henday was returning with the promised teapot, and their arms had been blocking the only free space on the table. You never have to. You never need to be sorry for telling me the truth. Leo offered a sad smile, then nodded more briskly to Andy, and passed her half a coprum. Thank you very much. I don't think we'll need anything more tonight. Except your privacy, I'm sure. I'll thank you I'll thank you for some discretion with the boy in the shop, but I understand. The woman nodded sharply and walked away. Henry finished his half cup of cafe. I never meant to hurt you. If you hide your misconceptions, I have no chance to offer the truth. Would you like some tea? Um, okay. Are you going here for Leo doing an abrupt change of subject? Okay, actually, I'm pretty sure the answer is yes because that's how the next phrase reads. Okay, because yeah, okay. It took Honore a moment to make the transition from apparently having insulted Leo to the offer of a drink. He blinked. Yes, please? Yeah. Pale amber fluid flowed from the teapot into one of the larger mugs. The fragrance wasn't strong enough to cut through the cafe scent. Yeah. Cafe scent that dominated the shop, but its gentleness enticed the nose. Leo passed it to him. I think a great deal of being beaten, too. It's not for everyone, much like the cafe, but it can forge a powerful connection between people. It's like sex in that way, though entirely unlike sex in others. Am I allowed not to want that either? Neither beating nor sex? Of course, Leo smiled. I don't ask either of anyone who isn't happy to partake. It's not the sort of thing where pressure is appropriate, but it's an important part of who I am, and I'd rather people not make it into a joke, especially when especially when they don't understand. I didn't mean to. You didn't. You're fine. Leo's hand reached past the teapot to catch Honore's again. I don't expect people to understand. Not when everything related is locked against anyone under 20. When we treat it as deviant, divine. Yeah, I always stumble over that word for some reason. Deviant. People see it that way, consciously or not. But you listen, and that matters. Even if I can't explain it well enough for you to understand, it matters that you care to try. You try to understand me. Honore squeezed Leo's hand. It was a small affection, nothing like what he'd seen Leo share with Herlif, but it was what he could do. Leo's smile said it was enough. The tea was sweet and astringent, but gentler on the tongue than the cafe Leo enjoyed. The conversation wandered over inconsequentials, never quite making it back to Leo's earlier demand for Honore to choose a destination. It was both a relief and its own uneasiness. Passive refusal to make the decision was a trick of the lazy apprentice when they didn't want to engage. Okay. Um, you may want to check with your beta readers if they get how long it takes them here to realize whose head we're in. Um, I'm basically it takes me till here. When we refer laziest apprentice, this is where I know we're in Honore's head. Well, yeah, the thing is the scene change here. But to be fair, you're right. You have established that all chapters or all blocks until the dates are in the same point of view. I think I'm the one who's just so used to using a scene change to to trigger a point of view change. I think that's probably on me. Um, Passive refusal to make decision was a trick of the laziest apprentices when they didn't want to engage with the work. No wonder Leo worried that Honor didn't want to spend time together. At the same time, it felt like far too many friends used Leo only as a way to benefit it in ways to benefit. Um, okay, if you're keeping two, it should be benefit. Otherwise, it could be that benefited themselves. One of the words needs to be adjusted. Honore couldn't do that, but what choice did he have? In another season, they might walk outside the city walls. There were vines and espalier trees along the north and east walls, with flowers in spring and fruit through the seasons of Ignis and air. The season of Terra had recently been mild, but above freezing temperature only meant the grassy walking path would be churned to mud. The yeah, the quarterly festivals meant free entertainment, but it would be months until Festum Anantini with Festival of Aqua on its eel. He couldn't invite Leo back to the bakery, even leaving aside Barrow's teasing. The place was full of apprentices. It was important to keep appearances in front of them, but Leo tempted him to relaxation, and he liked that. Honore bit his lip. Leo, were you serious earlier about visiting you at home? Leo hesitated slightly. I wouldn't ask it if it makes you uncomfortable. Not during shows, I mean. During the evening, you said you wouldn't. You said you wouldn't like that. Leo nodded slowly. You might not, that's true. But in the afternoon, you said, when I'm off shift and you're not on yet. It might be easier to schedule if you think it's safe. Honor had expected quick reassurance. Leo sipped his. Um. Okay. Okay. The way it's structured, this should. Okay. If you don't want to change wording, this should be a period. Honore had expected quick reassurance. I might even move it up. I might split it, moving Honore to his dialogue. Okay, if you keep the comment, then it should be something like but. Honore had expecting quick reassurance, but Leo sipped his third cup of cafe and considered for a long while. Um, it needs a transitional word in between that if you keep if you want to keep the comma. I suppose that depends what you mean by safe. Well, you said nobody would hurt me unless I asked. I mean, Honor's face heated, so I guess I shouldn't ask about that. You said there was a risk of having to work in the kitchen, and that doesn't scare me. I guess I was thinking mostly about Barra and the apprentices and why I can't take you back to mine. That's the hardest to answer, really. Not not from the adults, of course, and Kume is a sweetheart, but my siblings are at an age. I think he misstepped and didn't see the tail. I'm not sure. Well, all right. But my siblings are At an age, Leo shrugged, siblings can be difficult sometimes. They did not intend to bully you, but aiming for me might put you within splash range. Honore considered that. He couldn't relax in front of the bakery apprentices, but that was because he had a duty to care toward them. Leo might have the same for his siblings, but Honore didn't. I should be able to ignore 15-year-olds. That might help. Leo grinned. Of course, they're also in class from ora tertius until ora undecimus. So if you show up before then, we could get out of range before they have a chance to start. And they won't assume things? And your parents won't object? They're 15. They assume everybody's engaging in sex at every opportunity. Even more because they're so close to being able to try it themselves. Leo shook his head. But there was still a fond smile on his face. As for my mother, she'll believe me if I say we're not. She wouldn't mind if we were, mind you, as long as both of us were safe, but telling her we aren't will spare you helpful advice about taking things slow and using enough lubricant for penetration. If Honora's face had been warm before, now it burned. Leo, you can't say a thing like that in public. Leo glanced around. Why not? I don't know. You just... Honore took a breath. For Leo, this was a normal topic. His own reaction were the problem. I'm sorry, but it makes me uncomfortable. Leo's fell face. I'm sorry. I forget sometimes how shy you are about some things. Thank you for telling me. I'll try to do better. It's all right. Honore took a breath. It's part of who you are, and I like who you are, so I guess I can't mind too much. I'll still try to do better. Because I like who you are, and that means caring about your comfort. Leo reached out to stroke his hand. Do you think we should get you home? It's nearly Sextus Natis Ora, and you've an early shift. Is it really that late? Honore looked Honore looked around. Time had gotten away from him. Yes, please, I'm sorry. No need to apologize at all. Leo drained his cup and stood, offering Honore the last piece of sesamum natif from the dish. I'll walk you home, and you can send me a note when you decide which day you'd like to visit. Slipping past Barra wasn't going to be an option, with or without. Leo came by his frankness honestly. Slipping past Barra wasn't going to be an option, with or without Leo beside him, and Honore was glad of the company. Interesting. We've started with these again. The temperature might have remained above freezing, even this close to midnight, but that didn't mean it was warm. The breeze ruffled his hair and tried to dislodge Honore's cap, but walking beside Leo left him feeling warm inside. When they finally reached the bakery, Honore wasn't sure what to say. Thank you for a lovely evening. I've never been to anything like that before. Even in the darkness, the curve of Leo's lips was obvious. The recital or Kivank's handy? Neither, honestly. But I meant the recital. Thank you for inviting me. I'd never have thought to ask. Maybe Leo would hear the truth in it and stop thinking Honore's inability to suggest something meant not wanting to spend time with him. It was my pleasure, truly. I'm glad I chanced on something you enjoyed. Leo stepped closer. Honore looked up into the taller man's face. Would Leo hug him again? Should Honore initiate? Or did a hug last time mean it should go farther this time? Leo had agreed they weren't on a date, but what was the protocol for whatever they were doing? Do you have a key to let yourself in, or will you need to ring for someone to admit you? Leo reached out and brushed Honore's cheek with the back of his hand. Would you rather I wait on this side of the street until you're safely inside? The hand was warm against Honore's cheek, and he leaned into it. You don't have to. If if it will if it will keep you, you need to sleep too, don't you? Your chuckle was as warm as his hand. I work nights, remember? If I get to sleep before dawn, it will be it will throw off my sleep cycle. It will throw my sleep cycle off. Oh, Honor hesitated. He did need to sleep, but he didn't want to say good night. Trading Leo's company for Barra seemed like a poor bargain, but it was one he needed to make. Thank you for walking me home. Again, it was my pleasure. Leo didn't take his hand away from Honore's cheek. Honore didn't move. Is something wrong? I'm not sure. Leo nodded as if Honore's answer wasn't complete nonsense. Can you tell me about that? I'm not sure what to do. To say goodbye? Am I supposed to hug you? Do you expect a kiss? Do I just turn my back and walk away? Do you want to? No. It applied to all three, Honore realized. But that just leaves me standing here like a fool, doesn't it? Not a fool. It's often hard to know what other people expect and what will please them. Leo's hand drifted down to Honore's shoulder. Would you like me to walk you to the door with you? Would you like me to walk to the door with you and wait until someone answers? It could be Barra who answered, not one of the apprentices. Surely not this late. Honore didn't want to deal with Barra, but walking away from Leo early wasn't going to stop her comments. She knew whom he'd been with. He'd hear about it tomorrow, if not before. Honore nodded. I'd like that, I think. It's not like I'm ashamed to spend time with you, and we're not doing anything illicit. I don't need to be ashamed. You don't need to accept bullying either. Leo's voice was gentle, and his hand slid down to Honore's back, encouraging him towards the bakery door. I've enjoyed spending time with you, but caring about you means I want you well, and that means that you need to get some sleep. I suppose. Honore moved with the guidance of Leo's arm. They crossed the empty street together, and Honore rang the bell at the gate to the compound. He moved closer to Leo, enjoying the weight of the man's arm around him as they watched a shadowed figure move across the compound toward the gate. Magistra Martha herself opened the gate in front of them, clad only in a fur-lined hoopla against the chill. She nodded greeting to Leo and raised an eyebrow at Honore. Are you later than you expected, or did I misunderstand? Apologies, Magistra. Honore ducked his head. We stopped for a drink after the recital, and I lost track of time. Magistra Martha turned her gaze on Leo. I planned poorly, I fear, and failed to advise Honore accurately of our schedule. Surely Leo's smile could disarm even Magistra Martha, presented like that. His arm around Honore continued to offer warmth and support. It would have been impolite to talk over the performance, but we didn't want to part without speaking further. I see. Magistra Martha's gaze fell significantly on Leo's arm, still stretched around Honore's shoulder. Thank you for returning my journeyman safely. Do you require anything else this evening? Not at all, Magistra. It's a pleasure to see you well. Leo bowed slightly, withdrawing his arm from Honore at the same time. Good night, Honore. Do write and let me know when you'd like to stop by. I will, Honore swallowed. Good night, Leo. Good night, Honore. With another half bow, Leo stepped away from the compound gate and turned to walk down the street. Alrighty, give me a moment. You know what? That's telling me. Let's just go here. Thank you. I have to deal with that when we come back. Oh, actually, let's activate the quests now. Battle, place warrior. Okay, that. Okay, yeah, that's that. Yeah, this I'm going to abandon. Might need to. I've got tomorrow. Might continue that. Magister Martha stepped aside, but her eyes remained on Honore as he passed through the gate. Is there anything you wish to discuss with me about tonight? No, Magistra. Honore ducked his head. I apologize for coming in so late. I did not mean to cause you any concern. Concern for my journeyman is part of my role as your Magistra. Her eyes searched his face. I trust you didn't find yourself under any untoward pressure tonight. You can call on my aid to defend your honor if such should be needed. Pressure? From Leo? Not at all. We went for a drink after the recital, as he said. Plying you with alcohol towards some end of his own? Honore shook his head. No, Magistra. We went to a shop in Forum Universitatis that had tea and something called cafe. Leo said the latter was an acquired taste, but he liked it. Magistra Martha shook her head. I hope you didn't have too much. Students at the university use it to stay awake. I didn't care for it, actually. Though Leo did. Well, yeah, okay. He bought me tea. I see. Magistra Martha sighed. We'll speak of this further, Honore, but not tonight. Even if you don't feel the need for sleep, I do. I trust you'll be fit to supervise the apprentices come morning? Yes, Magistra. Had he done something to make her doubt? Honore bit his lip. I am sorry to have woken you, or kept you up, or go to bed, Honore. Magistra Martha shook her head. See me in my office at noon tomorrow. Yes, Magistra. Honore bowed, though not as gracefully as Leo had, and retreated to the wing reserved. Yeah, this should probably be for apprentices and journeyman. Alrighty, we will have advertising, Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 75 allies. We're going up in 83 enemies. Astromosh starts us in the lead. Silver, the Diamond Witch, is in second. Spider Pup is in third. Sigma's in first. Astromosh in second. Spider Pup takes over third. The Spider Pup is in second. Silver's in second. Spider Pup is in third. We have very little left, and then there's nothing. And we're done. We've won. Sigma OS is in first place, 24 kill, 4 assist. Silver the Diamond Witch is in second place, 2 kill, 10 assist. Spider Pup is in third, 1 kill, 10 assist. We have Paladins, we've got Bombers, we've got Busters. We've got nobody claiming them. So, JR926 gets busted, QS Creates gets bombed, and Mono Bear gets a pal. And we move on to the new event, where we will have a gold chest. Now, so we've got Place Warriors, Kill Melee. Well, I guess this fits that. So if I can get the Kill Melee, I'll do that. Otherwise, so we start with a hard battle. And tomorrow's gold chest. Really? Reveal over time? Alright, well, I'm placing warriors. Alrighty, past 2 p.m. Time for me to visit the shop. I'll claim that. And ferries get purchased now. So I am above 20k. I am above 25. And I am above 30. And that is that. So half an hour to see how this turns out. And now to visit the viewer side where archers get purchased. I am above 50k. I am above 55. I'm above 60. And that is that. And I will be right back. Alrighty. So to address the chapter before I get before I start on the other one and get mixed up over what happens where. I like this chapter. I like the back and forth in Honoré and Leo making each other uncomfortable. You know, by accident. Saying something without realizing it. I like the show that even when attempting to always be considerate, to always be fair, it's very easy for a misunderstanding, for a misunderstood word, for a something being said not meaning the same thing to the other person. So I like that. And related to that, I like that they talk. I like that they're behaving like adults. Yes, they're in their early 20s, but they're still adult. This is a world where they have to mature a little faster than we do. So I definitely like the fact, that they talk, that they make a mistake, they apologize, and then they seek to do better. So, it reads well, as always. And the reason the start of it felt like I'd read it before is I believe I asked you if the coffee shop was your addition to this world, or if it was based on historical research you had done. You like these two together, difficult as it sometimes is. Yeah. Um, and I don't know if I imagined me asking you that or if I have. I do not recall what your answer would have been, though. So I may have imagined it. Um, Nepal, modern day Istanbul, the world's first coffee shop, Kipahan, emerged in the early 16th century. A place for locals and travelers offering a space. Oh, okay, cool. It's a little late and exotic from your usual settings. Well, it's not a real world setting, so. And the reason I was asking about the research is that while it's not a real world setting, you have gone to some effort to make it feel real. So, and this is a case where, and I, this is a case of Tiffany, um, where we're so used to something as a modern thing that putting that thing in a historical setting comes across as not correct. Because throughout reading this, there was the sense to me, and this is me. This is just that I kept going. Really, a coffee shop in capital in this world, in like it. So, uh, you're finding it, what you're fiddling is having coffee introduced, but it'll go. Yeah. Okay. 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 With that knowledge of backstory, um, is that something that has been brought up before, or is this the first time that coffee is introduced to the story, to the, well, I'm not going to say the world, but the readers? If somebody read everything that you've written in this world, will this be the first time they're exposed to coffee, or has that come up before? I'm going to have to wait for the exposition because too many questions. Too many questions were yes or no in what's there. It's fairly rare, but it's been around. So the reader will not be surprised by the mention of coffee here. Coffee with... Oh, that might be where I asked then. That might be why I had this sense of I've dealt with coffee before. Okay. Okay. No, all right. If it's all right. In regards to that, is there something specific you want me to comment on? Words. This was a vibe check, as the kids like to say. Well, I like the vibes. Next chapter is the problem. So what's there doesn't looks like it's incomplete. Like the and it's it's 1,200 words. Do you want to it's only 230, so on paper I have time to read through what's there. Do you want to postpone it to the next so you want me to read through it? You want to look at it now? Alrighty. Leo walks. When you said the problem, I thought you meant this is where the big problem within the story was being introduced. Which I was going, okay. I thought Barra was, but Leo walked through the dark street in no particular hurry to get back to the Sanguine Horse. He hadn't said when he'd be home. He usually didn't when going out with friends at night. Should he have been more mindful of Honore's constraint? No, he thought. Not when he hadn't been made aware of them, with Honore himself chiming along with his mother and Laureline about not needing to put himself last. He could allow the other man that much agency. He didn't want to leave Honore in trouble with his magistra any more than he wanted Gina to be beaten at school, but it wasn't his choice. It wasn't his doing. And in Honore's case, he hadn't been offered the information he'd need to do otherwise. Magistra's Martha's suspicion stung a little, but he couldn't say it wasn't entirely unreasonable. Not with what she knew, what everybody knew, about the Sanguine Horse. Its paying artists and artisans were registered provider of sexual services, even if their session focused on intense sensations or mental challenges more than sexual stimuli. Even people who claimed to understand that seemed fixated on the idea that one would lead to the other, and they could, for some people, under some circumstances. Did it even matter if they did? Leo didn't inquire too closely into the details of others' work, but he'd overheard enough in the Solar to develop some understanding of what they did. None of the workers of the Sanguine Horse were compelled to sexual intercourse with their clients, any more than Leo was required to have sex with his friends. That didn't mean he didn't choose to do so, and he expected the situation with professional interaction was similar. Should it even matter? Honore was long past the minimum age to play with sexual expressions among friends, or even to hire a sex worker to guide him through. He was 2 years older than Leo was, and it wasn't his magistra's place to meddle, if he wanted to. Okay, this he wanted to hear. Um, what is this relating to? The sexual play slash hiring of a sexual worker. Experiment with sexual was the initial place to meddle. Uh, that would be a clearer way of writing it, and because in this situation, because we're dealing with two completely different phrases, he wanted to. My reflex was to have you correct that to she, because it reflexively that's what it would want to refer to, as that's what's happening within this phrase. And he didn't. That he'd been explicit like that was a relief, was a real relief. And it would be nice to have another friend who didn't want to bed him. It wasn't that Leo didn't enjoy the sexual experiences he shared with his friends. The sensations were pleasant and there was always feelings of closeness after. But sex wasn't the only way to get that closeness. He'd shared it with Honoré after the ice slide and with Laurelie at the end of a hard session. There was nothing sexual about those interactions, and they didn't need to be. But some of his friends couldn't see it. Back when he'd attended Spokerum Free School, before he turned 16, he and his friends had engaged in a variety of pastime. He'd never been the strongest player with the ball games that were too wild to play inside the city walls, nor the most expert at la truncalie, scassi, or cards, but at least he'd been invited. They'd rolled hoops through the streets without letting them fall, and competed to see who could climb the highest in the trees and the public gardens. He remembered their laughter, the time Shay's win had turned into needing help to extricate himself without a fall, and the hug he'd claimed when the other boy made it safely back to the ground. Some of those pastimes he'd outgrown physically. The arm muscles he developed doing laundry could hoist him up to the lower branches of a tree with less effort than ever before. But he couldn't climb much further before the branches bent underneath his adult weight. His sister wiry body might be able to scale trees long into adulthood, but Leo's new muscle added bulk along with strength. As for card games, he wasn't at Tevel's level of with Carnifal. He didn't even think he was, at least, though the older man refused to play with him. It was part of Tevel's general standoffishness towards all the kids at the Sanguine Horse, but Leo wasn't a child any longer. Maybe that was part of the problem. His childhood friends had moved on to other responsibilities, and Leo's path in preparing himself with skill likely to serve his household hadn't created the strong bond those friends had found where they served their apprenticeship. He'd spent no more than a year in any magistrate's service before moving on, introducing him to many friends among apprentices and journeymen, but always as someone apart from their intimate circles. There were people like Herlef, whose path had been almost as confused as Leo's own, and Bilha, or Torojuri, who would happily talk for hours about advanced topic that made Leo's hand spin. But the other part But the other part of leaving childhood behind was that nobody had as much time for recreation as they had before. whether university students exploring academic ideas or apprentices and journeymen finding their place in their trade. What small time they had free wasn't something they chose not to spend on racing about after a ball or taxing. Wasn't something they choose. I think either wasn't should be made positive, or the not here should be removed. Kill the not. All right. Wasn't something they chose to spend in racing about after a ball or taxing their brains at game boards. But the chat with Honoré at Kivant Ande had been nice, even if the other man's self-consciousness sometimes made it feel a little fraught. It would take time, Leo told himself, for Honoré to truly relax. But he said he didn't like Fennel tonight, and that he didn't want to have sex. Those were limits drawn and verbalized. Some of it might have been because of whatever her lips had said to Honoré at Mikal, and Leo was grateful for whatever help the blonde had provided. Had that been what really made Magister Martha suspicious? Honoré seemed confident in front of the apprentices, but Leo had seen him struggle when they were alone. It was a magister's job to know their journeymen and apprentices, to help them develop as people the way Leo's household helped him. Had her discomfort with Leo's presence been because she doubted Leo, or because she didn't think Honoré could defend himself? And if that was the case, was she right? Should Leo stop trying to cultivate a friendship that consistently made his friend uncomfortable? Leo turned on to and shook his head. Honoré was choosing to be Leo's friends and struggling hard enough that Leo ached in sympathy. But it was a struggle he chose, or at least Leo hoped it was, the same way Leo chose to accept Laurel's challenges. Yes, Honoré might have needed Airleaf's pep talk in order to tell Leo no, but he'd been alone at Olivetum until Leo arrived. Airleaf hadn't been there when Honoré begged Leo's patience. The journeyman baker hesitated to even ask the slightest considerations, but he had asked, and Leo had to respect that effort and Honoré's right to choose it. Even if Magistra Martha's didn't. Shadow stirred in an alley to Leo's left. He didn't alter his stride, but returned his attention to the street around him. One heard stories of crime, especially in poor neighborhoods like Villium or Sporcorum, though nobody had ever bothered Leo. Maybe it was because he lived there, or was known to belong to the Sanguine Horse. Still, he needed to remain aware of the world around him. Out on his own, he was responsible for his own safety, though that was also true at home, unless another had taken that responsibility when he handed the control. At which point someone said that healthy people don't have this level of introspection, and words stopped coming. Healthy people don't have that level of introspection? Holy bleep, are my characters in trouble? I will disagree that healthy people don't have this level of introspection. They may feel that way, but no. The thing is, introspection is situational. No, it makes him, to me, it makes him someone aware of what happens and, going over the situation. To be, you've read some of my stuff, so I do that a lot with my characters. Yes, some are traumatized, but not all. Um, I mean, I wouldn't say Tibbs is traumatized. Jeremy is not traumatized. Gargaron is not traumatized. And the thing is, like, I suspect that somebody that somebody is someone who acts a lot on instinct. And to be clear, I do that. I don't introspect. I'm not someone who does it. I just understand that others do. Well, okay, yeah, you're right. You're right. Jeremy is traumatized. Yes, he has. He. But yes, no, you're right. You're right. Jeremy has been traumatized, and Tibbs probably qualifies. Simply because of the life he's lived. Uh, and now, it also reflects of my mindset. When somebody says traumatized, I envision something a lot rougher than what's happened to my characters. Like, if I was going to say a character that's been traumatized is Alex with Tristan. Like, he's been traumatized. Um, but it's very explicit with him. Um, but yeah, that's somebody I will say is incorrect. Healthy people do introspect uh, if it's needed. If they feel it's needed, if situation calls for it. Wait, right? Oh, that's over there, right? All right, so um, no, like he's simply thinking through situations, and there's not a ton else to do inside your head while walking halfway across. Well, yeah, there's that. So my question here would be, what is the goal in going in having um, Leo go through this introspection? What is ultimately the goal of that? Or are you just letting Leo do stuff and you want to see what happens? And on the relationship explicitly, it was Leo's turn to have a chapter. And he will have taken some damage from his suspicion, which he's equipped to deal with in this way. Do you have a sense of where the chapter ends? And while you are writing this up, I will have an advertising, Stream Murder Battle, and I'll be right back. Battle station. Everyone, battle station. We have 70 allies. We're going up against 113 enemies. Arcten is in first place. Evan takes over that. Arcten is in second. Tigris is in third. Sigma's killed an epic. Let's see. Evans is in first. Arcten is in second. Lucifer takes over third. Fairy the Fallen is in third. Evans is in second. Arcten is in first. Wow. We've been cut by half. Come on, guys. Let's. There we go. Let's win this. Tigris is in first place. Fairy is in second. Arcten is in third. And there we go. We've won. Wow. That dork Tigris is in first place. 32 kills. Fairy the Fallen is in second place. 18 assists. And Captain Stogie is in third. 3 kill, 13 assist. We have flag bearers. We've got tanks. We've got nobody claiming them. So, Lustfall gets tanked. Kinzu waves the flag. And for the last battle of the day. Oh, that's a skin. We move on to a hard battle. Alright. I would still like to kill warriors, so let's check with that. That's melee. Alright. Alrighty. Let's tag this. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Outline says tests allies enemy. Portion of the story. Okay. UR is allies. Then UR is enemies. And what does test means in this contest? In this context? Letting go of things that aren't his responsibilities. Okay. Yes, but without chewing on himself like this, would it look easy to be? Well, no, like I don't have it. I have absolutely no issue with what's on the page. Personally, like I think that what's on the page is there. Um, I'm trying to look into what you can do with this chapter as it relates to what's needed for the story. um, and like you said, the description is tests allies and uh, tests allies and enemies. So that's sort of why I was looking into, because on the enemy side we've got Barra. On the ally side, Honore, Airleaf, um, within the context of the story, I quantify enemy as anyone who is looking to intervene in a way that is detrimental to Leo and or Honore. Not anyone that the character themselves go, you are an enemy, but someone who is an opponent to a to what our point of view characters are looking to accomplish. Which is why Barra falls into that, because she clearly has an agenda of Leo needs to bed Honore. And the fact that he's reluctant, that's fine. But this is, since you have him thinking about the situation, she is someone that should pop up, because she's actively, involved. If you don't feel that it's appropriate for her to pop into Leo's head, then maybe it's time for her to act more directly again. Maybe it's time for her to decide that maybe Leo is too weak and, find someone else to bed Honore. Um, Someone who will actually do the deed instead of, spinning around and, never making up his mind kind of thing. And, and here's the thing. If this section is done, like if Leo has thought anything and everything that he needs to think about here, move the scene along. Move the scene along. Scene break to, whatever the next part of Leo, what the chapter calls for Leo to do. And again, like, it on the level of the chapter in and of itself. Like I said, what is there, I see no problem with it. As far as I'm concerned, what's there makes sense for what's happened. Um, he's been given things to reflect on. Um, I don't really have thoughts to where that specifically can go. It's your story, not mine. Um, like you need to get Honore more allies, which is why you're pushing him towards a sanguine horse. Okay. To me, in one of my, if this were one of my stories, I would look to give Honore reasons to need them. Right now, Honore doesn't really feel like he needs allies. Um, that he could use them, definitely. But the situation is not such that he really needs, again, he really needs more. Like, there's no one really actively acting against him at this point. Bara, yes, she talks, she implies, but she's not really doing anything. Um, like, I don't know what you plan to do with Mistress Martha. Yes, she has her suspicions and all that, but up till now, she has come across as somewhat level-headed. So I don't see her turning into someone that's going to cause problem. But, you know the character more than I do. Show the pressure from our more clearly. Yeah, like I said, when I was, my in if this were in my if I was in charge of this, like, I would have Bara go, you know what? If Leo's not going to do the job, I'm going to find you someone who actually will. At which point, there's an actual need for people to intervene. Um, I think if there's something that feels like it's missing right now, is a raising of the stakes. Our main characters are making progress, and in a, like you said, it's a slow burn, but it's all moving forward. We haven't really had we, we haven't really had a solid bump on the road. Everything has mostly been going in the direction they needed to go. It's near the climax that she does that. Okay, cool. If you've got a plan. Um, do you have a sense how far from where we are that climax is? And here's the other thing is, does your target audience like slice of life stuff? Because this is very much how it comes across to me. It's very much slice of life. Further than we should be. Okay. Um, and if if your target audience is, enjoys those kind of stories, okay, so at this point they're used to it. I don't know that you need to make changes then. Maybe figure out, like, if what was stopping you from continuing here was the worry that that Leo came across as traumatized, I don't feel you need to have that worry. You know, People being introspective exists even when there's no trauma involved. Um, some people think a lot. It's not, you know, it is not indicative by itself of anything being wrong. Um, and yeah, and you know what? Keep at it. Keep him thinking. It's it's who he is. And if the other person, if that somebody repeats that again, just tell them that's fine. It's your opinion. If you don't agree with how this is written, you need, stop reading. You know, Leo is someone who thinks, even though, but he's not traumatized. He's just a thinker, and that's fine. That exists. Um, that's something Lorelli will reinforce heavily after they're seen together. Okay. Well, and cool. And like I said, like if the only issue was that, then you're fine. This Leo does not come across as traumatized. Not to me. Um, you know, so you don't have to worry on that aspect, and you know, and your readers like this storytelling. And I know I've traumatized enough characters to get a sense of what it's like. No, but yeah, like I wouldn't I'm not gonna say Leo is not traumatized at all, mainly because everybody's got a bit of trauma in their life. That's kind of what life is. But when you say he's the least traumatized of your character, I have no issues believing that. Like, he is one of the better adjusted people I've come across. So, is it possible to not be traumatized at all? Yeah, it's called not living. But yeah, no, Leo's fine. Yeah, that is one aspect you do not need to be worried about with Leo. Oh, you are quite welcome. I quite enjoy doing this. Um, do you have someone you will want me to raid into? I mean, I still got about 15 minutes. So if anybody in the chat has questions, now is a good time. I'm up for whatever. If I ask someone for suggestion, it, unless it's utterly inappropriate, but no, art is perfectly fine. Shay, alrighty, let me set that up. You did not have to pay for it. I asked. Cool. Then it is set up. You can afford it. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. If I thought that I wouldn't get junk out of it, I might put a I will write you something in the 200K range. But I'm just terrified is a strong word, but I just, from a past experience, I will get a bunch of, just write what you want. There's nothing more annoying than that. It's why I don't do commissions anymore. Or, it's not entirely. I do offer commissions, just I have very strict standards at this point. Mainly because I don't want to have to deal with people who want to throw money and don't know what they want from it. It's why I don't ask for commission, because I couldn't tell you what I want out of a commission. Might move you to Leo goes to a party while you work on an Yep, that's fine. It is, it is your choice what I read and comment on. But yeah, many a times I've looked at people's art, and they, when I had money, and they offer commissions, and I looked at it and I went, oh, that'd be nice. But then I go, okay, so if I pay them, what do I want them to draw for me? And I draw a blank. So I don't do it. Well, again, that's how some of my cover art have come across. But then again, like, it's not like I know what a cover should be. Like, the way I would love cover art to happen is I pay the artist, I hand him the book, they read it, and they give me the cover. The way it happens is I go to an artist, I go, would you do cover and stuff like that? So, yeah, that's fine. And I go, okay, so now what? And they go, what do you want for the cover? And I'm going, I don't know. So, so later, then I go and I talk with other people, like my co-scripter, my editor, and some people who've read the book, and I go, okay, what should the cover be? And they'll throw stuff, and once I have a starting point, I can kind of go, okay, you know what? Yeah, I see that. I see that. Okay, there you go. And here, really? You're not there? No. Yeah. Yeah. Um. Yeah, like someone did um fan art for me. Please tell me you're alphabetical. Okay. Let's see if I can. There you are. Why weren't you coming up? Okay. I don't know how easy it's going to be to find it because it's been a while and I don't even know. Yeah, it's not even on their page. Did I keep it? Well, probably not. Well, the thing is, what happens, like, the person did fan art, and that's the thing, is that I did not pay them. They read the books and liked them enough that they did art for me. The thing is, I believe I lost those files when my gaming computer died. I mean, really, I can just contact them and go, okay, do you still have them and stuff? Like, they're not gone, gone, gone. But yeah, I don't have them within easy reach anymore. But the thing is, what they did is amazing. And the thing is, like, it's so on point that for at least for Tristan, I'm going, oh man, why did I not get that done instead? When the reason is because, one, the actual style in and of itself is not quite what I went for, because Tristan, the style is very much painted, like, and his style is, hand drawn, cartoon and stuff like that. Like, but the concept of it is just so on point. But yeah, it's maybe it's on the Telegram. We are. There you are. I mean, he is the one that I talked. I convinced. Well, He did a couple. He did the some of the covers. Well, not. I mean, it started. It started as fan art, not even fan art. Is I was asking him, what did he think? You know, what could I do for thumbnails for the Monster and Batman books? And he went, well, just send them over, and I'll look at them and give you an idea. And he ended up drawing them. So instead of of course, I don't know where I've put them. This is the thing is, I'm so disorganized. Even when I try to be organized, I'm disorganized. Like you. So, so there's the blind spot for the thumbnail for blind spot. There's the one for collision course. That's free fall. So, and like this is from him reading the books, and then, you know, I wasn't expecting to get a sketch out of it. I was definitely just, you know, looking to get him to give me a sense so that I could try to do something. At the time, I was going to go with AI, but yeah, he just went, you know, here's, you know, so I definitely glad of that. And yeah, they do look a bit young, but I mean, worst comes to worst, that could be. Well, actually, no, that couldn't be because they were separated for a while. Alrighty, we are gonna have an advertising, Stream Raider battle, and I'll be right back. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 69 allies. We're going up against 92 enemies, and we are off. Sigma's in first place. Arcten is in second. Astromage is in third. Tigris was there, but no longer. Sigma's in first. Tigris is in second. Arcten is in third. Mavin takes over third. Mavin takes over second. Tigris is in third. Bunch of people kill epics. Tigris is in third. Mavin is in second. Where the hell am I going? Oh, didn't realize one of the gods was there. Not that I really pay attention to them, but alrighty, we're done. We've won, and oh cool, didn't get my quest. Sigma OS is in first place, 18 kill, 14 assist, earning themselves top position in both categories. Braggy, son of Odin, is in second place, 17 kill. Mavin Maverick is in third, 3 kill, 14 assist. We've got barbarians, vampires, and paladins, and no one claiming them. So, Sigma OS gets a Palace Foul, gets bitten, and JR926 gets a Barbarian. And that brings the battling to an end for today. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for a very hard battle. We will have gold, we will have the boss, and then we'll have whatever the next map brings. So, I hope to see you then. And I will be right back. You are welcome, Angst. Alrighty. And with my writing done, I will bring the stream to an end with a raid to Shademaker as guided by Angst. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping us company. Thank you, Angst, for the privilege of reading and commenting on your story. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild in the morning and in the afternoon on The Captain's Heart. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good rest of the week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you